Quarterfinals day at the International Championship. John Higgins against Chris Wakelin over the best of 11 frames. And it's Wakelin to get us underway. And looking to break new ground today. He's never beaten Higgins before. This is their 5th meeting. He's lost in a couple of deciders.
The first mobile phone goes off as the break-off gets underway. But it was very interesting to see John Higgins clenching his fist when getting that win. You know, he's here, isn't he? I mean, he's been around all these years. You know, he's in his 50th year already. But the fact that he's still competing in every event shows he still cares as much as ever. And it was a win that he probably didn't think he was going to get. And he knows that those sort of wins, where your opponent has match ball on more than one occasion, those are the kind of wins that perhaps will send you all the way in an event to the title. See how well he's playing, because he's been mostly away from the TV table. This is his one for quite a while. I don't think he's absolutely at his best, but we know that with Higgins that could be just around the corner. He was still capable of playing some matches of the highest quality.
Wakelin appearing in his 11th ranking quarter-final, hoping for his 4th semi-final appearance. And he's put together some very impressive results this week. He beat Ka Wai Chung, the world amateur champion, in his first match. Got a walkover with Zach Surety withdrawing from the tournament, but then put together back-to-back wins over Sean Murphy and Mark Williams. So he's certainly here on merit.
Just looking to see if that bottom het red will pop from on that side of the table he is standing now. He'd have to get a very precise positional shot to make it happen. Can't think that that's going to be hard enough, but it's very difficult to play a shot like that on your first visit to the table. He's another one that's not been seen on the match table very much. I'm sure there's not a great difference. That is a very poor safety shot that he might have got away with. That would be very much out of character, that last shot. He's a good safety player. Bit of a Mark Selby sort of fan, and learned a lot from Selby, so usually his safety's strong. That was an unusual mistake.
Twice Higgins was on the brink of defeat yesterday. He was a long way behind in the 10th frame, trailing Liu 5-4. Forced the respot, and Liu had a pretty good chance to pop that respotted black. After Higgins, who slots in that red very nicely, had refused a long red, the final black I should say. And then of course in the decider, which was delayed because they came back after the evening session, there wasn't time to fit the 11th frame in. Liu was in first and missed the black again, and Higgins stepped in and punished. So one of those potential sliding doors moments that we sometimes see as a player goes on to do something special, having been so close to defeat.
Yes, I mean, very often it is that during the course of a tournament there is a match that could have gone the other way. I mean, an example of when that never happened, of course, was when John Higgins won his last ranking event. Not losing many frames at all the way through during lockdown, the Players' Championship 2021. And that is the last win he's ever had of many that went before. He's played a terrific shot there positionally if he's on that middle red.
4.
Four frames that year. I mentioned in 2021 that the most extraordinary actually was the Mark Selby match, who, if I'm not mistaken, scored only 7 points in the match. But he shut everyone out the whole week. But as I say, it remains his last ranking victory. Somehow. Not sure how, because he's been very close a few times since.
Well, over 3.5 years ago now. Of course, the following year he lost the Tour Championship final, which he really should have won. 5 up with 6 to play against Neil Robertson. He has got to another final, of course, this season, the British Open, where he was ultimately well beaten by Selby. But he's playing with this new cue, which wasn't by design this season, which seems to have reinvigorated him. His previous one having been damaged by water when it was left on the tarmac at Charles de Gaulle Airport. But he feels as though he's got much more power with the new cue, and therefore can manoeuvre the cue ball more easily, get the reds open. And he's certainly shown plenty of consistency this season. What he's looking for is that elusive title.
20.
Plenty of big names have gone, of course, though, so he will certainly fancy his chances now.
It's another good shot through that gap, as intended.
27.
It was a good opening red, wasn't it? Because it looked like after the Wakelin very poor safety shot, he'd half got away with it. And Higgins was having none of that. That red he knocked into the yellow pocket was as clean as a whistle. When it was a good shot he just played, but he's slightly awkward cueing actually.
$28.
He has happy memories of this tournament when it was staged in Daqing. He won the title 9 years ago now, beat Dave Gilbert in the final. A slightly pained expression from Higgins. Has he come far enough for his intended red here?
I'm sure that that red must go. I think it's more that he wanted to be straighter on it, and now can he avoid the collision with the pink? And he managed to miss the pink, but he's not on the black very well. He might come around and look at the pink now to middle, which he didn't necessarily play on.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, it's very tight as to whether it went up the table. Obviously, he wanted the cue ball, the pink ball cleaned because there was a speck of chalk on there, but it clearly was put back in exactly the same spot. And it still went. The thing about Higgins is
43.
there's an argument that he's not the player he was, but if he isn't, it's not by very far at all. You know, there's no sort of huge decline in his game. You know, and also he's still got a big performance in him. You know that on any given day. Well, he's missed that one, however, so that won't make him feel very good about things. Black off the spot. We're not seeing a A lot of those missed.
One. Eight.
Yeah, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So this could be a very early blow for Wakelin if he can turn this into a frame-winning opportunity. The psychology of doing what he
9.
would like to do here, win the frame, and the fact that John has missed that black off the spot. Wrong side of the blue here. So his next shot is slightly further away than it should be.
Fourteen.
Whatever your opinions about the shootout and its ranking status, it was certainly
13.
transformative for Wakelin, who's gone too far there positionally. He started last calendar year, as the world number 47.
Chris Wakelin, 15.
So he's had to settle for a snooker, but winning that title, beating Julian Leclerc in the final, really re-energized his career. And as we've been discussing, he's now on the cusp of joining the elite.
He'd be annoyed about that. Yes, he's got him in a snooker, but I don't think he can quite believe how much he got into the cue ball there from where he was. Again, he hasn't played on the show table, which is an argument might be slightly quicker because of the lights and a few reasons why sometimes the show table is quicker, was more responsive. But he should never have gone down that far. And this is the problem, you see. Yes, Wakelin has got the snooker and he got the advantage, but he hasn't really been left anything, so he hasn't come out of it on top. Of course, like you would do if you just carry on your break. And both players will be slightly annoyed with an error on each side that they've made. Significant one. Well, landing behind the brown to middle, and you'll certainly play this down towards the reds. It looks unnatural to land on the left side. So, something of a reprieve after the earlier position error.
5.
I mean, obviously, without going into it now, I mean, in any great depth, you'll be pleased to see that Judd Trump is out, because he is the one player he seems unable to beat.
14-0 now in that regard. And a couple of those Wakelin certainly should have won.
Six.
See the referee there just looking down at Chris Wakelin's feet. Just don't know why she was doing it, because obviously you need to have something on the ground on every shot. But I haven't really ever seen anyone foul in that way in all the years on the professional tour. Seen players clamber on the table in exhibitions and play shots, which is not the same thing, but I've never ever seen anyone fall foul of that obvious rule.
13.
There's a pretty spectacular ringtone on that's just gone off. It sounded like a
14.
car siren or something, but it didn't put him off, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, it's the one way that you could get that cannon where you push the red away from the pocket is almost the exact contact that he got. This is where he is a good player. As mentioned earlier, the influence from Mark Selby, who's someone he practices with a lot. Didn't look much, but almost a dead ball situation. You're only playing a safety shot, but you might as well make it a good one. And he's good at that sort of thing, Wakelin. Well, Higgins does not want that one back. That'll do him nicely. He didn't play to hit it that side. I think he played a full ball contact.
The winner of this will play the winner of the match on table 2 between Jackson Page and Zhao Guodong. Zhao has taken the opening frame with a break of 60.
Yeah, see, there's another good shot from Wakelin. I think sometimes it can go unnoticed. He's quite a telling player in this department. John Higgins has been snookered on a few occasions in this frame already. And in the end, it all takes its toll. Chances come your way if your safety is good enough. This time, no contact, free ball possibilities.
Chris Wakelin.
But no, it'll just be going straight back. Time a mistake, although the red to middle would not be an easy start of Higgins. there is plenty of value in playing it. But of course, there's also, if he plays an outright safety shot, he could make it a good one. So the choice is the pot to middle or a pretty cast-iron safety shot here. I think the pot to middle will be at a slight angle. It's a bit of a nervy frame now, this one, isn't it? It's been an open frame, but it's come down to the last few shots, it seems, on this red. If this goes in, Wakelin would very much hope to get the frame one. Although that kiss would say otherwise.
One.
Higgins is going to be snookered here again behind the black, but he's in the frame still.
Chris Wakelin, 1.
He's actually made it a very good snooker as well. He hasn't just covered the yellow with the black. He's put him right, ramped up behind it. This is a fairly unpleasant snooker to be left in. As good as Higgins is, to hit it and leave it safe, that's going to take a lot of doing from here.
Foul and a miss.
Nothing could be more
Chris
certain
Wakelin, 4.
is that this is going back. It's one of those snookers, of course, if he makes the adjustment and off 2 cushions hits the yellow full ball, then he'll stick it. So yeah, you want to hit it, but you might want to hit all of it. Just glance off it is your only hope. He's in a lot of trouble here, Higgins. This time he's a mile away, and he crucially looks to have left a free ball, so he won't be putting it back this time. He'll be taking the free ball, surely.
Free ball.
And he would hope this time to get the frame one.
Can play the green, of course, as an extra yellow. Things started to go wrong for Higgins when he missed the black, when he was in nicely after Wakelin's blunder right at the start of the frame with the safety. I'm sure Wakelin was thinking before that error on the black that safety error had cost him the frame, but what a chance he's got now to take the opener. And he's up to the brown.
4. Seven. Eleven.
Safe to say, I think he's outmaneuvered Higgins in the latter half of this frame. I know a couple of shots haven't gone right, but, you know, I think he's done all the hard work, and there can be no argument that on this occasion his all-round game has won the day. It's only the first frame.
End of frame. Chris Wakelin.
John Higgins concedes, so that missed black from Higgins early in the frame, proving ultimately expensive. Chris Wakelin, despite the safety error at the start of it, has taken the frame to lead by a frame to nil. John Higgins breaking off in frame 2. Mr. Black off its spot in the first and ultimately was undone by a very nasty snooker that Chris Wakelin was able to leave, and in trying to escape he left the free ball. Wakelin mopped up the necessary colours, so 1-0 to him in this their 5th meeting. Long way off with the attempted red. If Wakelin makes the final here, then he will have the chance of being a seed for the UK Championship.
That's not the worst little kiss, although he might be able to get through. So the problem he's got here is that he's playing a very astute safety player of his own. As I say, he's an underrated performer in all aspects of his game, Wakelin. If you could find a fault, sometimes getting over the line in matches, it gets a little bit between the ears with him, but he's, as far as technically, he's a terrific player.
Made the final of the Northern Ireland Open last season, Wakelin, losing to Trump. That was something that befell Higgins on a number of occasions last season. Higgins made 3 of the home nations semi-finals.
Well, if you could just nudge in behind the brown and green here, it would be the perfect shot. But there's not a lot of room to get that cue ball in there, because typical John, he's trying his best to. It's just got there, isn't it? I mean, he's not right in the perfect sweet spot where you've got your opponent in absolute all sorts of trouble, but he's still a snooker. Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, it was in the lap of the goods for a while. Both reds covered to the right corner.
Red right over the hole, but seemingly covered. Well, it's pretty tight, but doesn't look as though Higgins can get to the potting angle without some swerve at least.
Yeah, it's one of those, if he gets round the blue, he probably will end up potting this. It's sort of natural to see it fall into the pocket. But he hasn't got, he just didn't get enough on it. He just didn't really deviate. I think if he hit it slower, it would have, the side would have taken. That'll be an early frustration. I think he's feeling it. Bit of a mini version of the Steve Davis black here, isn't it? This one. Quite the same because the cue ball course was on the left cushion. That's in the 85 final, in case you wondered. I've said this before, you know, and for fear of repeating myself, is that we was working for a TV company a few years ago, and I was with Steve and a few of the leading players, and we recreated a few shots, and that Steve Davis black that he missed, Steve actually tried it himself, and when the pot went in, the cue ball invariably went in off into the top left pocket, the yellow pocket. So that was a kind of a natural to going off, it seems, which would have been even more dramatic finish, wouldn't it? To pot the final black in the World Championship and then be champion of the world for I don't know, a couple of seconds, and then the ball drops in. Anyway,
6.
that's not perfect.
Well, that's
Chris Wakelin, 6.
clearly not gone to plan, but on the face of it, looks as though he's got away with it. A rueful smile.
I don't like it, though, because I can't see anything but a re-rack here. I didn't want to say those words, I'm afraid, but I can't see how this can end with anything but some negativity.
Yeah, I think the glance has occurred and they're in agreement. That's going nowhere.
And the reason I say that is pretty obvious, really, but I will just explain that, you know, with the red over the pocket, neither player has got any desire to play a shot of any risk that would expose that red. And the other factor is the points are fairly irrelevant. If someone was 40 in front, they might not want to re-rag, but nothing happened. So we'll do it all again.
Just to bring you up to date with what's happening in the second frame, we saw Zhao Guodong miss a very easy red when he was in early, having taken the first with a break of 60. He's now 20 points behind Jackson Page with the colours remaining, so that frame's still up for grabs. The winner of that to play the winner of this in the semi-finals. Later, of course, Ding Junhui against Karen Wilson. That is going to be some atmosphere here. Wilson continuing to impress mightily as world champion, and Ding's been in good form this week too. John Higgins then restarting frame number 2 after the re-rack. The other match, of course, in this evening session, Sue Sir against Gary Wilson, the reigning Scottish and Welsh Open champion. Sue made the maximum break and then knocked out Judd Trump. What a week he's had.
Evidence of Wakelin's ability to just get his opponent in trouble when it doesn't appear that threatening a position of where the balls are when he comes to the table. So he's keeping Higgins quiet here, more than holding his own in the tactical department. Now, surely, has he left that red on? To the right corner? It looked a fairly innocuous roll into the bunch of 2, but this red is available. It's one of those that you might want to jump the cue ball here, get it over the top of the reds.
One.
Bit unlucky. The blue is going to be a big shot if he plays it. Too big a shot, it seems. It's funny because I don't know if he really wanted to play it, and then he ended up playing it fairly quickly. Didn't wind himself into the shot.
And having missed by the margin he did, it meant that the blue came back down the table, careered into the reds and opened them for Higgins. So that went wrong in all kinds of ways for Wakelin. Table's not great at the moment. Goodness me. He got that one all wrong. Higgins has struggled a bit so far, ever since he missed the black early in the first frame when he was in nicely.
Indeed, black off the spot. It doesn't always, quite understandably, it doesn't put you in a very good footing when he miss blacks off the spot. And the reason we say that was play blacks off the spot all the time. Might never miss one on a table like this, but he did. I think he expected to hit something there of the high value colours.
Chris Wakelin, 1.
Never a good sign when three high value colours are all some way away from their spots, indicative of the errors we've seen thus far in this frame.
I know, but he's left the red on somehow. Wakelin played a containing safety shot. A containing safety shot that did nothing in the way of containing. I mean, that was a really poor mistake for someone I always been saying is such a good tactical player, just to leave the bottom cushion exposed.
Seven. Eight. Twelve.
Jackson Page has taken that second frame on table 2, so it's 1-1 between him and Xiao Guodong. A chance that John Higgins really shouldn't have had. And a chance that he needs just to
13.
string a few together after a rather indifferent start from him. Missed the red badly into the right corner before he got this chance. It's not been the most straightforward route to this quarter-final for Higgins. When he played Ben Williston, he found himself 3-0 behind. And of course the epic with Liu Haoshan yesterday, when a couple of times he was a ball away from defeat. But here he is, battling on in his 50th year, turns 50 next May, Higgins.
I think that's the thing with Higgins, isn't it? Even if he isn't playing well, he still can grind out a win, which is not what he wants to do, but he can. I'm not sure whether Wakelin is quite in that category as well as he's been playing. Not sure many players are actually. Most players, it's always about their best form, gets them over the line, of course. But certain players, well, I won't name, you just think, well, if they don't play well, they very rarely would win. Higgins, as we've seen already this week, can do so when he's sort of about his B or C game even. Into the bunch. More that left red, actually. I think that's really well played.
30. 31. 37. 38. 44. 45.
'Well, he's almost there. It's a question of getting on to another red. The bottom red is available. And all this from the Wakelin. Quite a bad mistake, actually, for him.
1.
Just to leave a red on when he thought he was leaving nothing. And I don't even think he believed he left anything when he walked away from the table. But he didn't look down the bottom channel, if you like, along the black cushion, at what he was leaving. Because there is, as you can see, room between the blue and the black. And he didn't seem aware of that. Or I say below the blue and the black.
So just one more red and Higgins would have levelled up.
$58. 59.
2 snookers then required for Wakelin, but it's unlikely he's going to get the chance to play for them. And this is precisely what Higgins needed after a few errors, including that misread to the right corner before he got this chance.
65.
But Wakelin's blunder has enabled him to settle into this match.
$66.
Yeah, this could scupper John's chance of keeping the break going if that goes on there. Does it go, would you say, watching at home? Well, don't know if the whole of the spot was available there, but we're going to find out. We're not allowed to be touching the balls, but the
72.
kibosh on the century, potentially that. So he can find a double into the right corner, which is what he's trying.
John Higgins, 72, and the frame.
No century for Higgins. He's made 4 in this tournament, but he won't be bothered about that. He'll be delighted to have got some table time and found some fluency after a slightly shaky opening. Chris Wakelin ruining the safety mistake. It's 1 frame all.
32.
I'm sure when he walked away from the table in the second frame, he would not have expected to have played his last shot, but he left a red for Higgins, and Higgins crafted a nice break of 72 to level the match.
33.
Been an interesting couple of frames. There's been some good snooker played, and also it's a couple of very surprising errors. I guess that's the game, isn't it? But with these two, you expect sort of reliability. I always feel, for the most part, you'll get it. It's a hard match to call. I mean, clearly Higgins would start favourite, but if Wakelin could continue the way he's been playing, he's definitely in here with a chance. Well, that looks deeply unpleasant, doesn't it? I think that's an angle. I mean, I thought that was sure to drop in. It just found itself absolutely in the jaws. John nonplussed by that. Sometimes when you're angled, you don't know how much so you are. In that, you know, you might hit it towards the ball, and because it just veers off the angle of the pocket. So this is going to have to be replaced. It is a free ball, but it's absolutely no good to him.
Free ball. Chris Wakelin, 6.
I mean, this is one of those where you put it back, it's likely to drop into the pocket.
Higgins actually making life harder for himself there with the adjustment. This is not pleasant, is it? And again, it's the pink.
Foul and miss. Chris Wakelin, 6.
Wakelin coming to have a look. Not for long, though.
Strange thing is, John Higgins hit that quite firmly, didn't he? I think trying to get the right-hand side on. But it's amazing what can happen on these, on the snooker table, isn't it? I mean, he's absolutely angled there. I mean, sometimes you wonder if the jaws of the pocket is in the way. There's no doubt about it here. He's absolutely stuck in that corner, isn't he, here? And while he should hit the reds, I think he's got to play it with a bit of right-hand side to lower the the angle off the cushion into them.
Foul and miss. Chris Wakelin, 4.
Wakelin was obviously fortunate to leave the cue ball where he did when, as Neil mentioned, it looked for all the world as though it was dropping in. And it's proved to be already a pretty lucrative angle for the underdog today. Who knows how important these points will be at the end of this frame.
It's a bit of a ticklish one now, isn't it? Because it keeps happening. And he's finding it difficult. I mean, he's not very rarely would you be in the jaws of the pocket like this. I think he's probably just getting to grips with it now, and I'd expect him to hit it this time, but you're giving your opponent all this start.
Foul and a miss.
Amazing. How on earth has he hit the pink there? I mean, he's 26-0 behind. There's not a ball been potted yet this frame. It looked fairly innocuous, didn't it? Yes, he was angled. But these points are beginning to stack up now, aren't they?
The pink move but turn back. The pink a little bit move but back. Yeah.
I mean, if you put this any further in the jaws, it just drops into the pocket. It's absolutely... It's got John in a bit of trouble, really. It didn't look troublesome, I have to admit. Just thought it at an angle, roll into the reds. But no, this looks better, surely. Well, that's the end of that. Proving to be quite expensive. But finally, he hits it. That's handy. That is handy. All contributions gratefully received. And of course, he's got the fluke, and he did. I mean, clearly that the angle was turned out to be pretty useful for him as well, points-wise. So he's had 2 rubs of the green already in this frame.
Three. Four. Nine.
Yes, it does help, doesn't it, when you get 26 points start, if you like, with those shots when he was angled that he missed. And sometimes, you know, running the ball, it can go unnoticed, but it's been pretty apparent in this frame. He's had 2 big slices of good fortune here, Wakelin, and you've got to take them when they come.
17. Eighteen.
Xiao Guodong leads by 48 points with 51 left in frame 3 on table 2. 1 frame apiece with Jackson Page.
$25. $26.
Played that pretty well to finish. I think there's a slight angle on the blue, but of course the red on the pink spot goes to the left corner at worst.
Yeah.
Yes, he was a little straight after all, so now
31.
just fractionally further away from this red than he should be. While he should get this, we saw earlier on he kind of overhit a shot like this into that corner and screwed up the table. Now obviously that's not going to happen here, but Johnny's not completely done with in this frame if it's happened to stay out.
$32.
Played it well.
$39.
Yes, I know the feeling. He's struggling to get onto the table, and then he's got to get back off the table afterwards. That's the other factor. He's managed all of it.
40.
course, these points that he got at the start of the frame actually really help here. But there's a mistake. There is a big mistake.
Grace Wakelin, 40.
Fact is, he was a little straight on it and he had to force it, but you still, in your heart, felt that he would knock that in.
Shake of the head from Higgins, and no wonder, because he was entitled to be left with something easier than this after Wakelin's surprise error on the cusp of winning the frame.
I don't think I've ever seen Higgins react like that. It wasn't a big reaction. I think what he's really thinking is that he's had a rotten run of the ball in this frame, and I think he would be right actually in saying that, because Wakelin has made some mistakes and he's got away with them all. And that's just one frame, because we're completely unbiased. No favourites here, but he's been lucky this frame, no question. But you need luck. I mean, you do, whoever you are. That's the point. You need it, and he's had it.
And it now looks highly likely that he'll make the most of it in the end, despite that miss just now that could have been expensive. Still bags of points left, of course, because of all the penalty points that Wakelin got. Normally he'd be over the line
7.
by now. Not quite, but very nearly. This red. And there'll be 75 left, so essentially a colour away from 2-1. A must-win frame, really, given the luck he's had. Angling Higgins, getting 26 points out of it, and then the fluked red. And not leaving Higgins something straightforward after the missed black. So, frustration for that man for sure, but such is his wealth of experience. There's nothing Higgins hasn't experienced on a snooker table down the years. I'm sure he'll shake it off quickly enough.
14.
Yeah, I think with John, he was looking at the red to left corner, and I think he felt it was a difficult pot, and which he had to play. And even if he got it, I think he believed that he probably wouldn't finish on a colour anyway, but he had to play it and hope, and that's the shot that he missed. Anyway, this frame is over, and it's one that John Higgins will want to forget, actually.
19.
Not quite as emphatic as the scoreline suggests in that frame. Wakelin certainly had more than his share of good fortune. He knows it, but you've got to take it when it's there, and he has done, which is why he leads by 2 frames to 1. John Higgins entitled to feel out of luck in frame 3 as he breaks off in the 4th, 2-1 behind. But he's been around long enough to know that that wheel of fortune can turn pretty quickly. This is a longish match, best of 11.
Beauty.
1.
Nothing lucky about that.
He's capable of very heavy scoring, Wakelin. You'll recall that match he had with the great Stephen Hendry at the English Open back in 2021 when he made 2 total clearances off Hendry's break-off. Beat him 4-0. Hendry only scored 18 points.
Nine.
And two outstanding wins to set up this quarter-final crack at Higgins. Sean Murphy from 3-all. Murphy only scored 11 points. And then Mark Williams. Oh, but he's overcut the black, just as Higgins did in the first frame.
Chris Wakelin.
It's virtually the same shot, actually, wasn't it? The same line into the black from high. Anyway, didn't expect that one. And he didn't expect to miss it. I think we might have expected the mobile phone to go off at some point, which we're not disappointed there.
Well, it's an early chance for Higgins to get the disappointment of the various misfortune that befell him in the previous frame. One thing that's very obvious is that despite everything he's achieved, and now in the autumn of his career, to be polite about it, closing in on 50, Higgins still really cares. We saw that with the little fist clench yesterday when he beat Liu Haoshan. He's still very motivated to add another title to his already formidable CV. He's come close so often since he last won big at the Players' Championship over 3.5 years ago. And he's got a feel with the likes of O'Sullivan, Trump, Selby and others all gone that this is another great chance to make it happen.
Seven. Yeah. Fourteen. Fifteen.
Well, he's just off straight, trying to top it through the red. Oh, he's missed as well. Oh no, and well, he's got lucky this time. Higgins can't complain about that result. He hit that poorly, didn't he?
Looked like one of those where he was thinking more about how the Reds were going to split, took his eye off the pot at the last moment. Meanwhile, Jackson Page has managed to pinch a frame. He looked likely to lose next door, so he now leads Xiao Guodong by 2 frames to 1, having been 1-0 down.
There's an incident actually in that frame where Xiao had a massive lead, and with 4 reds left, he hit the pink on the way through to one of the reds, and the reds went everywhere. One went into a pocket. So 4 reds left became 3 reds left, but of course Page had it put back. The red was taken out of the pocket, put back on the table. Eventually, he went on to win the frame. So it's an unusual one. But I mean, it's too early to say it's a game changer, but it certainly won him the frame that he was never going to win. So these 2 quarterfinals are very tight, I think. You wouldn't be too sure about any of these matches today. Normally you've got a definitive favourite in matches, and clearly Higgins is favourite here, but you wouldn't be surprised if he was beaten. You wouldn't be surprised if Page won. Clearly, Ding Junhui against Kyle Wilson is a difficult one to call. The Ding playing in China factor comes into it, brings them closer together. Otherwise, you'd say Kyron. And the other match, Gary Wilson is playing great again, or playing very well. Playing Zhu So has had a terrific run this week at maximum. That's a hard game to call as well. So they're all. It's an argument that the 4 players you made second favourite could all win today.
Both of these players very nicely placed with the Players Series events from next spring in mind. 9th and 10th on the 1-year list. Wakelin in 10th spot, back in with that nice red.
It's a nice little shot. Oh, that's more than a nice little shot. It's a very good positional shot. Now, he's not disappointed with that one, because he's to the millimetre where he wants to be. To run the red through and get on the black to the opposite corner pocket.
$11.
He's created this chance for himself with that good long red and the excellent positional shot to follow. Mr. Black off its spot earlier in this frame, but this looks like a pretty good chance to take a 3-1 interval lead.
Yes, it would feel a slightly odd scoreline, but it was 3-1, I think. I mean, I wouldn't argue that he's been slightly the better player, but they've both missed probably a few shots in equal measures, really. But Wakelin is a good player. You know, he's a proper snooker player with a snooker brain, plays, as I said earlier, good safety. You know, he plays the right shots when he's in. And he just made it, but it doesn't matter. So now he's got himself into this position. He really needs to ensure that these frames
31.
against someone like John Higgins, you know, when you're in front and you've got your opponent in a lot of trouble, finish him off and get the frames won, because there's always a counter-attack and a clearance in John Higgins, as well, everyone knows who's ever played him, to be quite honest. Still got work to do here, of course, but the lead is beginning to grow. This pink is not unmissable.
Oh, and he did miss it by a margin. And that's kind of been the pattern so far. There's been an error in both of them. Wakelin's highest break remains 43.
Hit across it, didn't he? You saw his cue go sideways as he hit it.
Well, this would be a great frame to steal. This is very much Higgins territory, isn't it? Think back to that miraculous clearance that he made to deny Mark Allen in the second round of the World Championship last spring.
1. Eight. Nine. Fourteen. Fifteen.
Well, there might be an assumption that Higgins is going to win the frame from here, and as I said earlier, we know he can clear, but actually it still isn't that simple to do it. I mean, the best news for him is that when they get down to the point where the pink
21.
is required, he won't be needing the black after it, so there's an argument if he takes this on, he won't even need the pink. So it'll be all level, and he could be 14 in front on the pink, but even then he won't need the black, that is absolutely for sure.
$26.
It's not absolutely ideal to get from yellow to green. Just knew it. I think he had to play it with a trace of right hand side to just bring it down towards the green. Balls are being missed, and the pockets aren't small this week, but we've seen as many balls missed in this frame as I think I've seen in just about any match all week. 3 or 4 comfortable shots.
Two.
The score's level then, and this is the key shot coming up. The green is not a gimme. Oh, that's well played.
5.
It really was, wasn't it? The way he got round for the brown perfectly. And then this is something of a role reversal. You only need brown and blue here to win. Not quite an error-strewn frame, but enough mistakes have been made on both sides.
Well, it was a pinky miss by some distance into the right corner that looked like it might cost Chris Wakelin, but John Higgins missed the yellow.
20.
And Wakelin clears to the pink
Chris Wakelin.
for a 3-1 interval lead. He'll be delighted with that. It's been
Frame 5. Chris Wakelin to break.
Chris Wakelin then breaking off in frame 5. 3-1 up, 3 away from the semi-finals. It would be his 4th semi-final appearance. This is 11th quarter-final. For John Higgins, his 144th last date appearance in a ranking event, going for his 86th semi-final.
Yeah, I wonder if Chris Wakelin will think that he might have to play even better than this to get the match won. Yes, he's got 3 out of 4. He must be well pleased with the start, but he might feel that his game has to be stepped up to get the win. But that's a beautiful shot. Now, that's the best he's hit in the match. Stopped the cue ball virtually dead. Very encouraging opening shot in this frame, that one. It's a great split, but that's really good. That is excellent. 2 shots in a row of the highest quality.
5.
If he has to play the right-hand red, he's a little straight. Black doesn't go to the opposite corner. So getting onto his colour is not a simple process here.
Okay.
Well, he's finished completely nowhere, and that was the problem. He was on the red, but it was a question of getting out of that position of almost straight, using the rest, finding his way onto a colour. Not an easy thing to happen, and now what does he do? Is he going to play the blue? It's an awkward shot, leading across. This is a problem, really. You're playing a shot that's not any fun, really. You've got to lean over. It's an awkward angle to find, and you leave a red for sure, albeit not a very easy starting red. The kind of ball that has been missed on one or two occasions. John missed a pink to the opposite corner. Not dissimilar to this. Nicely done, though.
One.
I think the interval came at the right time for Higgins. You could sense his frustration, some of the pots he missed, including, of course, the yellow when he had the chance to produce one of his trademark clearances from 30-odd behind.
Six.
Well, he's on the other red. I'm not sure he even knew about this red, you know, because if it goes at all, but because he's only just discovered it, I think. Played on the bottom red, I reckon, swinging it round the angles, finished short, and the other one turns up that is available.
Seven.
Now I'd expect him to attack the bunch of reds here. The top one is a little awkward. It's kind of protecting anything else. You hit the top red half ball, you could go it off into one of the corner bags. So it's not the perfect bunch. It's quite a narrow target if he plays it. That's why he didn't play it, I guess.
Twelve. $13.
It's not a set plant for sure, but it's one that he might be able to straighten into a plant. Distance between the two reds is usually key as to whether you can make it into a plant. If they're not initially, of course, in line. He's not finished. He's not gone far enough, I don't think, to pot it.
18.
We're not actually right down the line of it to the pocket. So whether it still goes, I'm not certain, but he certainly wanted that cue ball down about where he's cueing now. Yeah, the shot before
18.
was not a very good one, not to give himself a clear shot at the plant to change the angle of the second red.
That certainly opened the Reds up. And he's got cover on the red over the right corner. Very attacking safety from Wakelin.
Yeah, it's a fearless sort of shot, isn't it? I suppose, you know, if you're going to get the cue ball into that corner, you can play it. But you're right, you know, it's one of those where you can leave a ball over a pocket very easily.
I think that expression tells the story. Higgins is in trouble here. How to leave things safe.
Now, can Wakelin get that cue ball back up to where he had it on the last shot, which covers the red close to the pocket with the pink? I think, you know, the potential is if he does, it's once again putting Higgins in quite a bit of trouble. Top right of the table will be going. Yeah, I mean, it may not look troublesome, but I think it is because of the red over the pocket that he can't get to. Yeah, I mean, I think the red was very close to the pocket to be playing that side cushion, bottom cushion safety shot on it. I mean, it could hardly have gone any worse, actually. It looks to me as if, you know, if this is as good as really as a chance you're ever going to see. I think everything's there in the middle of the table. Got to make sure this first red drops. I mean, there's never a certainty, is there? But you really would hope that he would string together something here of consequence.
He created this chance with the safety he played a few shots ago, opening the Reds as they are. But vital, having done that he now capitalises. 4-1 lead, even for Higgins, would take a bit of retrieving.
Six. Seven.
Well, there's a bit of a plot twist, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wakelin, I think, has just asked the referee to double check that the black spot is taken.
But the thing is, the surprise is it even goes on the pink spot, which I don't think he considered that. I think he thought it would go just below its own spot, which would not really
14.
inconvenience him. It's not end of break or anything after this red, but he's got to get onto a different colour. It should be plain sailing, and now something unusual has cropped up. Black up on the pink, which I don't think was anywhere in his thoughts.
$15.
Well, things have started to unravel here because it really was absolutely perfect, and now he's miles away from being perfect. This is a tough shot, and after what's gone before, wouldn't surprise me if this went wrong. The break lives on, only just.
20. $21.
Well, it would appear he's retrieved the situation. This break was in danger of running out of steam, but one good positional shot here. He's certainly played better this week than he has today, but Higgins has struggled a bit as well.
24.
And this is a clear chance to make it 4-1.
$25.
Somehow he's got back into position when it looked like he'd completely lost his way in this break, but all credit, he's sort of come with a renewed challenge, really, isn't he? But he still isn't over the line, and he is making heavy weather of it. It's just that when you look at where the reds are, they're just spread in absolutely perfect places, aren't they?
31. $32.
It's going to be 3-2 to Zhao Guodong, building on the 135 break he made in the fourth frame to level with Jackson Page at the interval, and he might be following that with another century. He's on a break of 77.
$39.
Higgins understandably concerned, no doubt, that his task is about to get harder.
40.
So this blue for Wakelin's highest break of the match so far.
$45.
It's been a bit of a struggle, this break, but it's still going. It seemed more routine when he first got the chance than it's turned out to be, but as long as they keep going in, it's academic. But they don't, and you kind of felt as though that was coming.
Chris Wakelin, 45.
So Higgins granted a reprieve.
So this feels like a significant moment now, because I'm not certain how that all ended up going wrong. He'd got out of position, in position, and then he looked like he was going to get the frame one. And it will mean a lot if Higgins wins this frame. I'm not sure Wakelin will find it easy to get over that. But we are where we are, and he hasn't done the clearance yet. Still needs just about everything on the table to win the frame.
Four. Five.
Higgins had the chance to steal the frame before the interval, missed the yellow. So he'll be doubly determined to make the most of this unexpected reprieve. What a difference between 4-1 and 3-2.
Yeah, he certainly wanted to split those two balls up, because I'm not sure that the pink would have gone at all had he not done so. And of course he'll need that at the end of the frame, so that's why he played the black there.
Thirteen.
So he's taken himself this far into the break. I mean, the pink and black being on there,
16.
the opposite spots, I suppose is one way it could go wrong, but even then I'm not sure quite what difference that would make if you're perfectly on the blue.
18.
So it looks like he's going to steal this frame, but he's still got to finish off the job. Wakelin, it's going to hurt losing it if he does.
21. $25.
As I say, it's just the unusual nature of going down for pink on the black spot, but I can't see. It's not really a big problem. He's got a slight angle on this, maybe more than he wanted. Really
30.
pretty straightforward, let's be honest.
There was a sick smile on Chris Wakelin's face when he missed the red to this left corner, when he was close to clinching a 4-1 lead. He got away with it in the previous frame, but
36.
it was unlikely that Higgins would let him off the hook 2 frames running, and this for a big steal for the 4 times world champion. And he rolls in the black. That feels like a very significant moment in this quarter-final. Wakelin will know he should be 4-1 up. He's got to swallow that disappointment. Instead of a 3-frame cushion, it's just the 1. John Higgins revitalised with a crucial clearance to get himself back in the match. At 4-1, it was likely to be a bit precarious for Higgins, but Wakelin let him off the hook with that misread.
got a good look about it, this one, and it was completely his play to try and get in behind the brown. He's just short of actually covering all the reds, but still a nicely played shot. Well, that's an even better shot. Absolutely blinding long pot, that is. He got down very quickly and played it as if to say, well, I'm not even going to think about this, I'm just going to knock it in.
It's been a real mixed bag so far from both players, really. Wakelin with that brilliant red just now. Of course, he missed a much more straightforward one when he was in line for a 3-frame cushion. But the perfect antidote to losing a frame in that manner is to hit back straight away, and he's given himself the chance to do that.
Exactly, and now he really has to put behind him what happened in the previous frame, because it was, to say it was the one that got away, he doesn't really quite cover it.
11.
Of course, you have to try and move on. You're never going to win all the frames that you should, clearly. And he is still in front in the match, which he takes some encouragement from.
Twelve. $18. $19. $24. $25.
Couple of reds that go to the left corner at the bottom of the bunch here, at least two. That's why he's stunned down that way.
$30. $31.
I think ideally he'd like to get the black potted actually and
37.
move it away from that area. I'm not sure whether the pink goes to the right corner with the black there. He's just come round to have a check.
$38.
So a long way away from being the perfect split.
$44.
Well, it held a very true line, that one, didn't it? That was a good shot.
45.
It's always the worry that he hit it towards the near jaw and it drags itself down with the nap of the cloth, but he didn't move.
So Wakelin makes his first half century of this match.
51.
Absolutely crucial now, though, that he converts this visit into a frame-winning one to help exercise the ghosts of frame 5, get himself 2 clear again.
Seven.
A couple more reds should do it. He's got to negotiate this one with the rest.
$58.
It's an amazingly good opening red. I mean, I thought John Higgins played a good safety shot to get the cue ball around the angles, attempting in behind the brown, but Wakelin got down almost straight away and cued in a really good long red. Which is soon to be the decisive point, because this next ball is frame ball.
$62.
And he deserves a lot of credit for being able to stay in the moment. Could easily have allowed what happened in that previous frame to affect him, because it would have given him a really nice buffer at 4-1. 3-2, a rather different story. But he's hit back impressively. Just one snooker. So he could have done with that in. And of course, John Higgins very adept at getting them. So this frame not over yet, 59 the difference. But it was a good break from Wakelin.
One. Eight.
Well, obviously down to a red would be ideal. Just one red left to get the snooker, which of course is not impossible, this scenario.
9.
Especially you look at where the green and brown are. They're in good snookering positions. Land something in behind one of those.
$16. $17.
Yes, it wouldn't be usually that you leave the last red one down the side cushion, but I could see him getting a snooker or two here, you know, providing he negotiates his next colour and lands somewhere on the red. I think the table is conducive to him Not been quite out of this frame yet.
$23.
And it certainly would not be the way that you usually play that shot, to put the object ball round into a position where you cover it behind a colour, but I don't think he felt he could play anything else.
Just a reminder that Xiao Guodong, with back-to-back centuries, leads Jackson Page 3-2 on table 2, and he's in early in frame 6. It's on Discovery Plus. Higgins needs a snooker, of course.
I think if you're Chris Wakelin, you could do it just getting this frame 1 at this point now, knock this ready and then be done with it, because he's got that look about it of a frame that could be stolen, but not if this red drops, and that'll be that. It's proving elusive though, isn't it, the ball that gets him over the line, and you know, he should have won the last frame as well. This would be a lot worse actually if this one went astray.
It's worked out pretty well for Higgins. Certainly the cueing is awkward for Wakelin. Space round the back of the red, so some care required here. Nothing safe were Higgins to get the chance.
But like you say, definitely room around the back of it. I thought he'd play the swerve, I think, if he wasn't hampered by the pink. Maybe that's stopping him, but he could easily slip past this. How do you play 1 or 2 cushions? In between is where you go around the back. Oh, he's missed it on the other side.
Foul.
Didn't think about that happening, I have to say. So now we've got a different scenario.
Goodness, what a difference this could make. If the previous frame was hurtful for Wakelin, this would be a crushing blow.
I think he played it like that, at that pace, because he's worried about leaving a free ball, and now in this way all that can happen is it can be a tie and then a respot. But even then he never threatened hitting the red, quite honestly. You're not nowhere near it. I saw it from the overhead. It was a big misjudgment. Cue ball needs to slow down here. It's going at a rate of knots. He's got to be on the black. That's a big disappointment to him.
Blue.
Well, this has got to go. He's going to need a snooker regardless. It's a good pot, but Higgins will be so frustrated. Having got the snooker to make the frame live again, now he's got to do it again.
6. 8.
And it was a hard ask, really, not only to need to the snooker once and get it, now not getting on the black from the last red and accepting that you're going to need a snooker again. So he kind of done well to play that shot. He must have been getting a little disappointed.
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
Well, things have changed, haven't they? And you know, it's happened again. He's got the snooker a second time. Oh, this is looking dangerous. He hasn't played a good shot here, Higgins. And all of a sudden, having worked this hard, he's now left Wakelin the chance back straight away, which he needs to take.
It was a green he missed at the end of that excellent break of 62 that just gave Higgins the opportunity. But this time he's knocked it in, and that'll be a big relief for Wakelin and in equal measure frustration for Higgins. Twice getting the snooker he needed, only to then make the mistake.
Yes, and you've got to be careful again. I mean, it sounds like we're saying the same things, but the fact is, for the third time, Higgins needs a snooker, so we know that he could also get it again. I don't think I've ever seen that, someone needing a snooker on 3 separate occasions in a frame and getting them. I'm sure it has happened. But he'd be trying to do that now.
Chris Wakelin.
Again, Higgins might have completely written off this frame, even though a couple of times he probably felt he needed to move on. Don't go a lot on that shot, because now you're talking something very different in that could pop this brown and you need one on the blue, pink and black, and the pink and black are in great positions. He could lay a pretty horrible snooker, although the cue ball further up would have been better.
John Higgins, 4.
It hasn't changed much. You know, the black is still in a good spot to get the snooker. Maybe even better there than it was on its spot. Well, that's a handy shot that Wakelin has played. Gives John Higgins, well, all he can do is try and make contact here. He can't really think about a snooker of any description. Now Wakelin has to get this frame won at last because he's been dragging on too long for his liking.
Well, it started this frame with a great long red from Wakelin. Can he slot this blue in and kill this off? He can, and that's going to be a big relief and frustration for Higgins, who twice got a snooker to get himself back into the frame, only to then play a poor shot. But it was a very good break of 62 from Wakelin after the circumstances in which he lost the previous frame. And he's 2 clear again, and now within 2 of the semi-finals here at the International Championship. Higgins with a lot to do. The former shootout champion leads 4-2. His best break of the match, a 62, doing the damage, although he had a couple of hairy moments at the end of the frame. Twice Higgins getting the snooker he needed to make the frame live again, but on both occasions he wasn't able to take advantage of that. And so it's 4-2. First to 6 for a place in the semi-finals and a meeting with either Zhao Guodong or Jackson Page. Zhao with a tremendous chance to make it 4-2 after Page missed the yellow just now on Discovery Plus.
Doesn't matter.
Again, the safety from Wakelin has been the feature, and you know, it's more when he's got in, the odd shot has gone astray, which I wouldn't have thought he would miss. But ultimately, he's 2 up on John Higgins, a man he's never beaten, let's be honest. It's worth saying that, you know, that he has had 1 or 2 difficulties against the very top players. He's never beaten Judd Trump in 14 goes. Never beaten John Higgins in 4. Last time they played was in the Champion of Champions last year. Of course, the Champion of Champions starts on Monday in the UK. Not quite sure who's going to be in Bolton that can play on the early days, because of course a lot of players still in China, here in Nanjing. Well, the cue ball was quite a big part of that, wasn't it? Just getting it back. The pot was more in hope than expectation. You lose control of the red when you miss it like that, and it couldn't have finished in a more unpromising place for Higgins, but of course very good for Wakelin. So you look down the table and first of all you see the balls are spread around a little, but actually they're not in bad positions at all for this chance.
One.
Well, there was a few places it might have been awkward, but with so many reds at his disposal, I suppose he was always going to be okay on something. And he certainly is. I mean, if he could get that red just above where it says his name there, Wakelin on the right, on that caption, that red directly above it away, then it clears the black to both corners. It's a really good chance, let's be honest.
7.
The more you look at it, the more you realise it's absolutely on, but that's not always been enough for Chris Wakelin in this match. It's all got a little bit streaky at times, but he's still 2 up.
$13. $14. $17.
Well, that, as I said, is the red to get on, and as long as he doesn't go too far, you know, if he can get on the black into the left corner and avoid being snookered on it, I mean, it absolutely opens the door. That's all right. That is fine. He avoided the worst scenario there of getting stuck behind the red.
18.
Well, that has only just crept in. Just for a moment, it looks as though it might stay on the lip. Sure, Wakelin would have had his heart in his mouth, but happily for him, it's disappeared.
Yeah, I must admit, I always felt it would go in, but as you say, it was a little bit of a hairy moment, wasn't it? But it was played at such pace that at least he gave the pocket every chance to accept the ball, and it did.
$26. 33. $34.
So now he's got everything out of harm's way that was in the way, and even then, when he came to the table, it was a promising setup, and it's even more so now. We know what a terrific player he can be. It's just sometimes a glimpse of the winning line out the corner of his eye is where the problems come about. No one would doubt his ability, I'm sure.
40.
And he has been able to kick on from that shootout victory. I think it just gave him that extra bit of confidence and belief in his game, just as it has for Zhao Guidong winning the Wuhan Open, which is obviously a bigger deal. Hang on, though, he's missed the pink, and that has been the story of this match, really. Very promising chances, ending abruptly. He missed a pink into the right corner earlier, badly.
Well, I can't believe he's missed that. But it does kind of highlight the point we're making, doesn't it? You know, I'm surprised, but not surprised, if you know what I'm saying, because I've seen it before with Chris. He's having a terrific time of things. He's one of the more improved players around, Chris Wakelin, over the last couple of seasons, no doubt. His results will back that up. You know, he's knocking on the door of the top 16, but just occasionally he has a, I don't know, a slight crisis of confidence in a match. I will not be unfair to him. I'm not looking to be, but I think anyone who's seen him play enough will kind of know the point I'm making. It's once he loses his focus briefly and he can't get it back, but otherwise he looks absolutely imperious.
The question is Higgins playing well enough to take advantage in the way that, in his pomp and at his peak, he would do in this situation? He's missed a few himself today that have clearly annoyed him, but this is a chance he would never have expected to get. He was, I'm sure, expecting to be 3 down with 4 to play just now. It's a chance to get himself back in the match.
Yes, it's a chance he never had, but now that he has got it, he really has to take it, doesn't he? Although you'd expect something from Higgins here, if he can raise his game.
$14. $15. $22. $23.
Held the blue spot there, which I think only for this reason that he can actually get through to
28.
the red better because it's straight. I mean, I think he almost prefer the blue on his own spot, but for this shot, That's where he wanted the cue ball, because the blue doesn't go to the right corner. That sounded like a heavy contact to me.
29.
You don't hear too many of those clunky sounds. He's having the cue ball cleaned. There are fewer kicks these days than there's ever been, but I think that was one.
Every one of these points that Higgins is accumulating is like a dagger through the heart of Wakelin, who knows this frame should have been his. 5-2.
This is awkward though, isn't it? And of course John Higgins in the first frame, if you remember, missed an easier black with the same angle into that pocket. He overcut it, and he wasn't even hampered by another ball, so you know, I'm not ruling out this going wrong.
$36.
This isn't a gimme.
$37.
Apologies for the hopefully temporary loss of the scoreboard.
$43. $44.
Higgins' break goes to 44. He's 4 in front. What a chance for what could be a pivotal steal, and a steal that he really shouldn't have had the chance to conjure. Chris Wakelin was going very nicely. He missed a pretty straightforward ping to the left centre in sight of a 5-2 lead, and now second favourite.
$52.
He's got to be sure he gets up the table here. It's one of those shots that, with the yellow away from its spot, he's probably got to get on it across that left side. Doesn't want to risk going down the right and getting snooker behind the green or brown. So, you know, I agree that he should absolutely win the frame here now. But just a little ticklish shot to get from colour to yellow that he's faced with here. Well, that's not great. And the reason I say that is that while I expect him to pot the yellow, the brown is in the way of the green. So there's things cropping up here that could just derail this seemingly obvious clearance. Yellow to green. If he can snugly end up behind the green to its own pocket, he'll have done well from this shot.
$59.
Well, he's played it the other way, and to finish short on the green. And of course, the other plot twist is he will also need the brown. He'll be 22 in front of the brown, coming away from the line of the brown. So it's almost as if something is just pulling him back from getting this frame won. This is the last piece of the jigsaw. He's got to pop this, and then he has won the frame.
You could feel the adrenaline flowing through Higgins there. He knew the significance of that shot. So a couple of snookers needed for Wakelin. He must be wondering how he's found himself in that scenario. He's not going to get the chance. So Higgins turning it on when required here to get himself right back in the match, when really he should have been 5-2 behind.
77.
These are the frames that hurt. But for Higgins, a sweet clearance. It doesn't matter about the black. 77 from him. And instead of 5-2 as it should have been, and that man knows it, Higgins right back in it at 4-3 behind. A crucial clearance from John Higgins to get himself right back in the mix at 4-3 behind after Chris Wakelin missed a fairly straightforward pink when he was eyeing 5-2. Now, the last time Wakelin lost a frame that he'll feel he should have won, he responded well with a break of 62 to go 4-2 up. Can he do the same again here? Well, that won't hurt his cause. A little nudge on the brown, leaving Higgins snookered on all reds. Saw that little shake of the head though from Wakelin. I'm sure he's still thinking about the pink.
I'm sure he is, and he was given a long time to think about it, wasn't he, the way that break went, and he was kept sort of on tenterhooks a little bit, because it did appear that John wasn't quite going to get to the end of that clearance without something going wrong, but John Higgins is stronger than that, and he did keep potting balls. So it was a bit like earlier on, you know, he was 3-2 up, and the same thing had happened. He should have been 4-1 up, and at the time we were saying, well, at least he's still in front, which is true, but you know, he's lost a couple of bad frames, Wakelin, and really this match could have been over, which makes you think that he might find it difficult from here, even though he's still 1 up. It's a combination of him playing well, but not quite as well as he can, and just missing out on a few, and the man he's playing, who we know has got pretty much nerves of steel.
Confirmation that it is 5-2 next door. Zhao Guodong has really made a move. 4 frames in a row from him. 2 centuries. Jackson Page has got to win the remaining 4. The respective winners to play in the semi-finals over the next 2 days. Later on, of course, Ding Junhui against Kyron Wilson. That is a hot ticket. Conqueror of Judd Trump against Gary Wilson, conqueror of Mark Selby.
pretty good safety shot, that, finding the bolt cushion nicely. He's got plenty of escape routes, but he's just concerned about leaving a red on the pocket over the left corner, perhaps. Plenty of options of getting back down the table, including this bottom right-hand red, which he'd have to hit very thin. The one above the black he could play. That's the one he's playing. He's just got to shape the cue ball round slightly wider up towards the brown or the other side of it. Oh no. Oh, that was a fluke. That was nothing like what he played. I can assure you of that. He played the thin safety shot. He never went for the pot. He's at the side cushion first. But now, at the end of it, he attempts to lay a pretty vile snooker here.
John Higgins, 1.
Well, the look on Chris Wakelin's face tells the story, but of course earlier in the match he did have a fair bit of luck himself in that frame that he won for 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's in a terribly difficult snooker, and John Higgins got a fluke, but like you say earlier on, things did go his way in one frame especially. So maybe he's just a little bit perplexed out of how to get out of this wretched snooker. I mean, there are a few reds you could lay the cue ball up to, but I mean, it's very hard to even find a way round to those reds.
The other thing we often talk about is the fact that the balls sometimes feel like they don't forgive you when you pass up an opportunity, which is exactly what Wakelin did in the previous frame when he missed the pink for 5-2 effectively. Didn't have much more to do to clinch the frame. Now he finds himself in the mire here early in the 8th.
He's playing the knuckle. These could go anywhere. I mean, he literally didn't have a. He felt he didn't have a chance there. And okay, if you play off the knuckle, you go down towards the reds, but you have lost all control of it. But sometimes you can get lucky. He hasn't done here though.
Higgins' delight proving to be fleeting. End of break, it would seem.
Yeah, what a disappointment for John Higgins. I mean, you think about the last few shots he's played, the fluke, which was miles away from his intention. And then that shot, he's not exactly feeling top of the world himself. A lot of the focus that we've made is on Wakelin, who does lead still. But things have spiraled a little bit out of control here. Both players are struggling. Very important match to be won.
Brown. John Higgins, 1.
Well, he's getting them in ones at the moment. I wonder what the record is for just single reds potted in a frame and how many that's led to, you know, being you kind of are getting nowhere in just potting reds. Not his fault, of course, he's trying to get on the colour, but
Yellow.
you know, it's looking like a low scoring frame based on that. Can do nothing about it. He's got to play safe and keep chipping until something comes up and you can take it. And at least he has played a safety shot which has put Chris Wakelin in trouble now. I mean, he's got to avoid hitting something on the way back up here.
Foul. John Higgins, 4.
And the in off. Well, at the fourth attempt here in the getting in stakes, this is where he can at least do more damage.
Six.
Well, that little nudge has put him onto quite a straight red. He wanted something with an angle, and it may be hard to get from red to colour now.
Twelve. Spider. Okay. Swan.
He wants a swan neck, so that's making things even more difficult. This is a zero fun, this shot. I mean, this really is something that could go wrong. He's completely over the top of the red. That's a very brief appearance for the swan neck. Probably never to be seen again. This week, anyway.
Well, never fun with the extended spider. This is very, very awkward cueing for Higgins. He'll do well to pop this. Very good.
Yeah, all credit. I mean, he seemed absolutely hell-bent that he was going to play it. And it looked, I mean, the more implements he got from under the table, the more difficult it looked. I mean, he's like Inspector Gadget, trying to find new things from under the table to get to it. And the extended spider was what he came up with. And it had all the makings of a shot missed, but Johnny's different to that, isn't he? He was determined to play it, and he got it. So it's almost like he's battling against everything here just to keep this break going, and the determination that he's always had is still there. And if he does get this to 4-all under the circumstances, you'd say that perhaps, you know, he's going to be too strong in the end, but sometimes the script doesn't quite work that way. And he hasn't even won this frame just yet.
Jackson Page has kept his hopes alive on table 2. He was behind in frame 8 against Xiao Guodong, who'd put 4 in a row together, but Page has come back to win it, to close the gap to 5-3. Higgins here looking to level at 4 all, when he really should have been 5-2 adrift. And, well, look at Chris Wakelin. Not exactly oozing positivity in his body language at the moment, understandably.
No, but he is still, you know, on the scoreboard a frame up, although that might not end up the case. I have to say, though, that the last shot could have gone better for John. Yellow to middle. If he went wrong here, just as he's getting the upper hand, you can see that he would be frustrated, so he's got to play another recovery. Yellow up and down, back towards the red is not the problem, it's the pot. Although I must say, the way he's played it, he's not very nicely on a red anyhow.
30.
He was aiming to finish it on a choice of about 4 reds. Well, this is another difficult one. Well, of all the places to finish,
35.
that is seemingly the most unlikely.
Touching ball.
Touching ball, goodness. I mean, he's still battling on and he's still putting balls, but it's almost if he's like swimming against the tide, really, at the moment. Anyway, it is a useful lead.
John Higgins, 35.
Well, that was quite a kindly kiss, actually, because that cue ball had some pace on it. Another shake of the head from Wakelin, who is giving the impression at the moment that the world's against him, although to some extent it's been self-inflicted. Had he potted that pink, he was likely to be 5-2 up
say that the double kiss looks an absolute certainty there, because the red looked on the cushion. He's lost his weight a bit. There's no argument there. You know, his body language is not great. That last shot, I don't think he could avoid the double kiss. It looked like the red was nailed to the cushion rail.
And he actually could have left something easier than he has for Higgins.
John Higgins' fighting and battling qualities have never diminished, have they? You know, he's absolutely making every shot an event. He's fighting tooth and nail here to get into this match. He's not playing brilliantly at all, but he's in there still competing as hard as ever.
Four. Five. Green. John Higgins, 5.
Wakelin hasn't potted one since he was on that break before missing the pink in the previous frame. Higgins stepping in with a 77 break to close to within 1, and obviously at the moment in charge of this frame with 59 left. He's got the insurance of the brown. Good safety from Wakelin, acknowledged by Higgins. Still potentially a lot of mileage left in this match, coming up to about an hour and 20 minutes before the scheduled evening session.
Yeah, I mean, John Higgins didn't get through the session yesterday, did he? It finished 5-all with Liu Hushan, so you get the feeling the same could happen today. It would be a question of not... I mean, they wouldn't want to delay in any way the preparations for the evening session. You know, the audience coming in and out, the tables being brushed and ironed. So, you know, it wouldn't be a shock if this ended up being dragged back off and they continue playing later on. If it goes 5-all, I suspect that'll be the case.
1.
Anyway, I suppose this could be one. That's his first pot for about 36, 37 minutes now. And if he can make something of this, he's done ever so well under the circumstances.
Well, it was a good safety that Higgins acknowledged, as mentioned, that has set up this chance. Oh, no. That was never going to drop. That was never going to drop. He caught the cushion way too early, even on these relatively generous corner pockets here in Nanjing. That wasn't falling.
One.
So the lead is 40 with only 43 left. This is frame ball for Higgins to tie it up at 4-all. Sheer grit and determination really from Higgins. He's not played as he would have liked today, but of course he has a wealth of match play nous and experience to draw upon. This is his 144th ranking quarter-final appearance, and Chris Wakelin's had enough.
John Higgins.
And he's got to try and regroup mentally, because you just feel as though Wakelin is on the edge a bit now, having missed good chances to win a couple of frames that slipped by, and that's why he's been hauled back to parity here. So it's now a best of 3 for a place in the last 4 here in Nanjing. 4 frames all. All the momentum it feels now with Higgins. And of course Wakelin also has to overcome the psychological hurdle of not having beaten this man in the 4 previous meetings. Higgins far from his best, but once again he's clawed his way back into contention from a pretty precarious situation on more than one occasion in this match, just as he did against Liu Haoshan in the previous round, and indeed against Ben Wollaston when he was in trouble a couple of rounds prior to that. A big mental test now for Wakelin, because he knows that this match could have been won already. He's let Higgins off the hook a couple of times, and the danger is that you then start to allow the negative thoughts to overtake you. You begin to think that everything's going against you, the run of the ball is not going your way, and it becomes something of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The reality is, if you'd offered him 4-all at the start against the great John Higgins, he would probably have taken it. So that's got to be the mindset for Wakelin from here on in.
Well, that's a nice opening red, and it's kind of one of these matches where as you can't really quite, if you watched it and you hadn't been able to see the scores the last half an hour, you wouldn't believe the score was only level, because you'd say that Higgins was in front. He's been doing most of the playing. Wakelin's looked a little bit disconsolate sitting in his chair, but ultimately the score is 4-all, and it's everything up for grabs.
Seven. Eight.
So what can he make of this? It's a half chance, I would say. The balls are not best placed, really, to say it's any more than that just now.
Fifteen. Sixteen. 23.
Just one break of real substance from Wakelin today, the 62 that he made to go 4-2 up.
$24.
The opportunity to break the two reds apart and also be on the one to right middle, which is well, the second part of that equation is what's worked out. He'd love this to go in, you know, because it would give him access to the other two reds below it and he could be building a healthy lead. Well, certainty this. Oh, that's high, isn't it? That's not there. Top jaw never came down from there.
31.
I knew it was quite a difficult shot, but I always felt that he would get it.
One.
Well, he's finished in the sort of place where you can't do anything with that cue ball. Can't get underneath it to sort of play a stun. You can just see the top of it so that you kind of know the line is going to go straight across to the right. Without an easy red to play on. It's probably the only place it could have finished.
7.
And yes, there's red on, but it's really difficult. Might be able to swing it around 2 cushions to get from red to black, but the extra pace on these makes them tough. Oh, he's hit it beautifully. That's a terrific shot from John Higgins. I mean, that really is.
There's no doubt Higgins is looking the more likely right now. He's battled his own demons of this match at times, missed a few that he wouldn't normally. Seemed to be out of luck early in the match, but sheer tenacity, one of his many trademarks, has
15.
hauled him back into the contest. And right now, in terms of the mental side of things, he looks the stronger.
Well, here's the moment, I think, to get into the bunch of reds. That'll do. Red to middle.
Cut it free.
With Wakelin getting in first and sort of scrambling together 31, you felt that maybe he was in a position to just keep that lead, but it seems to me that that moment has passed now. It's all about Higgins capitalising on this chance. And it would be a huge psychological blow if he could get to the front in this match. He's always been chasing the game.
31. Thirty-two.
Tough for Wakelin at the moment to keep believing. Of course, he's still right in the match, but it's the chances that have slipped away that are hurting him at the moment.
I think this is it, isn't it? He is in the match, but in other ways he isn't in the match. It's a strange one. The scoreline says he absolutely is, but it doesn't necessarily feel like it.
Forty-seven. Forty-eight.
Higgins' third half century of the match. He made 72 to level at 1-all, and then
55.
that crucial 77 break to the pink to get himself level. or within one frame rather, when it looked like he was going to go 5-2 behind. And now on the cusp of going 5-4 in front. What a result that would be for him.
$62.
He's going to need 2 more reds to make the frame safe.
$63.
Yes, and that of course is significant, isn't it, given that the left-hand red could be a problem, and as Philip said, he'll be over the line at that point. He hasn't really let some of the things that happened bother him, Higgins, today. He's risen above a few bad rubs earlier on. Slightly scrappy nature of the match in general, but nothing has really stopped him from just getting on with the job.
69.
This is frame ball, another colour after it. Probably just about seals it. And if he could lead 5-4, which it looks like he will, that is not necessarily the decisive blow, but it's got to mean something. Because he's been always playing catch up, and now he's caught up.
Twice yesterday he was a ball away from defeat against Liu Haoshan, who missed a couple of blacks.
77. Okay.
And for Chris Wakelin, well, the psychology is different now. He's having to come from behind to win, when for most of this match he's seemingly had the edge, but hasn't quite been able to be clinical enough to take advantage of the chances he's had. And that's very nicely cued by Higgins, so any lingering thoughts of a fight back from Wakelin in this frame have gone.
78.
And there's going to be 3 on the bounce for the 4 times world champion. Looking for his 2nd international championship title, having won it 9 years ago. And his first ranking title in well over 3.5 years.
$87.
Yes, he looks by some margin the strongest player of the two now, the stronger player. But it is still only 1 up with 2 to play. And as Philip pointed out, the psychology might change. It could be that Wakelin will now come out and attack more.
94.
But it looks to be Higgins for me. And to make a century in this match, the way it's been going, the context and the importance of it, it's been a very good break, this.
Would be his 4th of the tournament, including the qualifiers. Excellent stuff, Higgins. Saving his best snooker for the sharp end of the match with his 3rd consecutive frame to turn things around here in Nanjing. The former champion looking good, and Chris Wakelin now needs a big effort if he's to have the last word. 1 down with 2 to play. Higgins 5-4 up. Times world champion and former international championship winner John Higgins, a frame away from completing a turnaround victory here. 5-4 up on Chris Wakelin, who led 4-2, should have led 5-2. Mr. Pink. And Higgins has taken full advantage. A superb century just now, his 4th of the tournament. What has Wakelin got left?
Yes, I mean, he could have dropped into the reds there. Didn't want to, of course. Instead, he has played a much more ambitious shot, and all credit to him for that. There's always a slight danger when you open up a bunch of reds. You'll stick something close to the pocket and leave your opponent straight back at the table. Wakelin cannot be beaten at 5-4. You know, no one could ever say that he couldn't win the match, but it doesn't feel like he's about to turn his fortunes around, which have dropped markedly in the last few frames. There were a couple of frames earlier in which he really should have won, and he lost them both. This match should have been over in his favour about an hour ago, I suppose. Might not win at all, Wakelin. It's a question of getting back down to the safety area, somewhere in bulk. That pink is an awkward ball there, because playing thin off the left side of anything, you can easily hit that on the way back up. John's going to have to avoid it here. Oh, he's just missed it. Just missed the hitting the pink on the way back, but it's a quite dangerous safety shot to play. Now, Chris Wakelin is going to have to come out of his shell a bit and take a risk here. And if this red goes in, well, there's so much available to him.
It's that ability to clear your mind of everything that's gone before that you can't influence, and focus on what you can, which is trying to make something substantial here to get himself a final frame.
I think the pink's available. It makes a huge difference that this pot's past all those reds.
Stayed down on it, which is normally a sign that the player isn't entirely sure that it's going to find its destination. He's had a few issues with that pink today, but no problem this time. So this is a clear chance for Wakelin to make something sizable, restore a bit of confidence and rhythm in his game that's been lacking since he missed the previous pink. Since then, he's lost 3 frames in a row.
Well, that was played well enough.
14.
Awkward queuing now over the 3 reds. Only just.
One. 22. $28. 29.
Wow, that is an amazing miss.
Wakelin, 29.
There was no real reason for that, apart from, of course, the pressure of it all. But I did not think he'd miss that black, just screwing back off the cushion. He was right behind it.
One. Six. Seven.
Striving to get top side of the blue, in which he's achieved. That was a good shot there. His problems are over on the right side of the table for Higgins. The red's all going to be a problem to get on for sure. I think Chris Wakelin, who desperately was trying to find something there in that last break, must be absolutely fed up at this stage, the way that this match is turned around, the way that he hasn't clinched his chances, and the black off the spot he just missed was probably the final straw for him.
You just got the sense that as he was making that break, he was thinking about opportunities missed previously, which would have put him perhaps over the line already in this match. Quite a bit for Higgins to do to turn this into a match-winning chance, but again, it's a chance that he shouldn't really have had.
$19.
Confirmation that Xiao Guodong has sealed a 6-4 win over Jackson Page, finishing with a break of 73, and a thoroughly deserved win when you consider he made 7 big breaks in the match. A late rally from Page, winning back-to-back frames with a couple of 80-plus breaks as Wakelin thinks about what might have been. But Xiao through to the semi-finals.
Well, you get the feeling there's a little bit of mileage left in this frame, and you also think that it's either going to be Higgins who wins it here and now, or if Wakelin is too, it might end up at the expense of doing it after play tonight, because it could be, if it ever did go 5-all, which is still very much a possibility, that they wouldn't have time to complete this match. Obviously the Ding Junhui Karen Wilson match, a different audience, in and out, and a lot of expectation there. So just saying, if it did go 5-all, who knows whether they'd get through this session. I suspect not. Which of course happened to John Higgins yesterday when he beat Liu Hushan 6-5. It was 5-all. They came back late at night to play. Anyway, we'll see about all that. It might be end of break. Has he got a plant? It's not an absolute certainty.
There've been quite a few plants missed this week. Not made any easier by the fact that Higgins needs extensions on cue and rest. So, a reprieve for Chris Wakelin, and one of those rueful smiles we're well familiar with.
Well, it was a risky shot. You could see that. He was hitting it hard. There was not a lot of room to manoeuvre. It was all tight and a little bit claustrophobic in that corner. Reds all each other's way. And what an opportunity he's handed Wakelin here, which he mustn't have thought he was coming his way. It's become very nervy, this match.
Seven. Eight. Fourteen.
So the lead is growing. John Higgins won't have given up this frame just yet. And Wakelin, as we know, has taken a few visits to get frames chalked up already today. And he's not going to win it here after that shot.
21. Chris Wakelin, 21.
Another grimace from Higgins, because he wanted a better safety than that. And Wakelin has knocked in some good long ones today. This could be a frame winner if he can get this one. Well played.
1.
25 in front then. He's going to need another red in the colour.
He will. Obviously, the red by the black might prolong the frame a little bit longer, but even then, if he can get across to the left side of it and roll it in, then we're going all the way in this match at some point.
You did wonder if Wakelin was mentally spent when he missed the black earlier in this frame, when he was well in, almost resigned to his fate after the missed chances he's had, but he's on the cusp now of making this a one-frame shootout.
Yeah, and it's just one snooker, so Higgins will absolutely carry on with the hope that he can still somehow get the snooker and win the frame and match.
Chris Wakelin, 13.
A couple of times in a frame earlier, Higgins got the snooker he needed, only to then not take advantage of it. It's a good hit to keep his hopes alive. Wakelin will certainly not be taking anything for granted the way this match has gone today. .37 the difference, 35 left.
Now Wakelin just trying to put the final touches to the frame, and that is not a bad shot. Higgins obviously has to hit this. I think he might be able to look on the left cushion, try and find a line down in behind the yellow. Oh, he hit the draw. He hit the draw of the pocket. And he's conceded.
Chris Wakelin, 4. Frame conceded.
So that's the end of the frame. It's 5 each.
So John Higgins and Chris Wakelin were taken off at 5-all. John Higgins was not impressed by that decision, but he's, I'm sure, simmered down in the hours since, and he's ready for the decider to see who goes through to the semi-finals of the International Championship. Zhao Guodong awaits.
Frame 11, Chris Wakelin to break.
Chris Wakelin was 4-2 up at one point, trailed 5-4, won that 10th frame before they were taken off.
Shaking hands before the first frame of the session and also the deciding frame. Pair of them smiling, aware of the significance. And also, it's quite unusual. I'm not sure if John Higgins has ever had this situation, or Chris, to be fair, but particularly John, even in a long career, he's ever had to come back and play a deciding frame. And it will test him even with all his great experience. There's pressure on this. Get to a semi-final. And of course, for John, desperate to add to his long list of career wins.
Well, Chris Wakelin in this tournament has already beaten a couple of world champions, Sean Murphy and Mark Williams, so it would be some hat-trick to beat another. He's been on a good run in general the last couple of years. Obviously, since winning the shootout, there was a massive injection of confidence for him. Yeah, funnily enough, John Higgins actually was brought off yesterday against Liu Haishan. They couldn't complete that in the first session. That may have been why he was so angry earlier, because it happened 2 days running. So he had all the agony yesterday and then has had it again today. Chris Wakelin would love to pile on some more agony in this decider. Potted the first ball.
Cursor green, 1.
Gary Wilson, meanwhile, we were watching that frame, he's actually made another century, so back-to-back centuries from Gary Wilson to lead 5-3, so he's made a bit of a dash for the line against Schuster.
Far miss. Cursor green, 4. Logan.
It's clearly important to get this right, and they seem satisfied, the officials. John Higgins maybe not so sure.
Sorry. Yeah.
He's going down to have a look at the screen, I think. Let's have a look for himself. No, still doesn't seem sure. Well, that's the technology they have in China, so John has had a look at that and it seems to be right.
Stalking this long red. Just came around to have a look at the angle. Looking to pot it. Avoid the black and the reds. caught it thicker than he would have liked, so not only did he miss the pot and the red going across the table, but didn't get the white past the bulk line. He's let Chris this red to right corner. Wasn't the easiest of reds, and certainly not any easier. The fact you wait 4 hours to play it.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, deciders are edgy anyway, but the fact that there's been this massive gap has made it even more so. I think you have to sort of naturally favour Higgins in a decider, just the career he's had. Remember the Masters final, 2006 last ever match at the Conference Centre, the great clearance he made against Ronnie O'Sullivan. I guess we were reminded of it when he made the one against Mark Allen at the World Championship this year.
Yeah, crucial double again.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Karen obviously winning the tournament, that was the moment of the Crucible, wasn't it, that clearance?
But it would be no surprise, even with the quality of these players, but this Raymond's been quite cagey, tactical. John might be tempted to try and play that red to the green pocket. But I think in playing it, he'd just flick the other red. No need to gamble or take a chance. They both invested so much time and effort into this frame and match. No. You certainly don't want to give it away. Something careless.
Well, the great resource that is the website Q Tracker has a stats section, and according to them, the man who's won the most deciders in professional snooker history is John Higgins. For the record, 226 of them.
Nearly get into re-rack territory. Got the 2 reds in bulk. Neither player prepared to put the white ball down there.
Well, they've waited 4 hours to play the decider. They're not going to worry about another sort of 10 minutes, are they? With the re-rack. Just to say, Gary Wilson's break was 136 there. So back-to-back centuries to lead 5-3 against Schuster. Chris Wakelin knows all about re-racks in China. He once had one against Matt Selt with just pink and black left. 2 balls are sort of wedged in a pocket and just kept coming thin off the pink and started again. And actually John Higgins was involved in that story because he said to, can't remember whether it was Matt or Chris after, he said, set them up again, show me. I'll tell you whether it should have been a re-rack or not. And so they set them up and he said, you can pot that pink. They said, no, we couldn't pot it. It was sort of wedged together. And he got down and potted it. Could have saved all that trouble.
He'll make a great referee when he's finished, John.
Meanwhile, the standoff continues.
With the two reds and Bulk in nicer positions. I think we've already had a re-rack by now. Chris, just having a little look at the possibility of that 3-ball plant. Didn't get to see it from the pocket angle, but you'd want to be fairly sure of potting it. Last couple of shots with the white being away from the cushion. Players have the option. Just trying to get back to that same position. Chris felt it wasn't worth the risk. John, you would have to say, has the slight initiative at the moment, but surprised he went for that. Chris, was very difficult. And also, if you missed it, you were guaranteed to leave a red. Just purely a lack of patience.
One.
So Higgins has worked very hard to get a chance. He's got one now. He won 3 frames on the spin earlier from 4-2 down to lead 5-4. Chris Wakelin was missing a few that he shouldn't have been. He seemed on top in that match. But, of course, Higgins was 3-0 down to Ben Wollaston in his first match of the week. Turned that one round.
Four. Five.
He's played in every Champion of Champions, John Higgins. All 11 of them. The only other 2 players who can say the same are Judd Trump and Mark Selby, but he's not yet qualified this year. This is his last chance. Because it starts on Monday.
Ten.
But he's known, isn't he, for a few last gasp victories.
With Ding winning as well today. Can't help but get drawn to the fact that the pair of them could play in the final. With no disrespect to anybody else, that would be some occasion.
Eleven. $17.
Working hard for these points. Up to an angle on this red. He's just come around to see where exactly does he want to be. Either tight on that cushion, making his business to come off, give himself a natural angle. Elected to leave himself that angle.
23.
Come on and off the cushion. Has to play with a little bit of pace. Get out for one of those 3 ball colours.
Chris Wakelin can barely look. Of course, he lost a very narrow quarter-final in Wuhan to Judd Trump in a decider. He had a great chance, Mr. Brown.
$24.
Coming around to see the putting angle on the green. He's a little bit further away than you'd liked. It's also a little bit of a thinner clip than you'd liked. Needs to play this bottom right hand side just to try and get into the pack, but won't be playing it too hard. Looking to disturb some.
John Higgins.
Actually, just before we play that, when the camera went in very close to his hand, you could just see there was a slight tremble there. Whether that contributed to him missing it, it's hard to know, but sure sign there's pressure out there. Still matters so much to him and of course Chris.
Yeah, and I think it matters so much to Higgins right now because he hasn't won a title, a ranking title, for well over 3 years, and he's had a few near misses, and he knows time is running out to add to his trophy collection. Anyway, at least he didn't leave him in.
Excellent shot there. Before he tapped on the table, you actually hear John say, shot. He could have easily played off the other side of the pack, but he would have left an easier safety for John. He could have played a telling safety off the right hand side, but it was worth that extra few seconds just to retain the initiative. Those extra few seconds of patience and discipline being rewarded.
So Chris Wakelin has forced an opening. There is a little subplot for him as well. If he were to get to the final, he'd join the top 16. So that'd get him seeded for the UK Championship. So as if there wasn't enough riding on this frame, that's in the background as well.
One.
Speaks well. He did a good interview yesterday with World Snooker Tour, and just talking about the setup he has. He said he doesn't have any negative people in his life. It's all positive, away from the table, so that he's in the right frame of mind when it comes to these tournaments, thinking only of good things, and that's the mindset he wants to keep here. Now he's got some sort of opening.
Eight. Nine. Twelve. Thirteen.
Be looking to leave himself an angle on this last red. Just look, where exactly can he be to pot the red, disturb a couple of the reds. Of course, if he overhits it, he can disturb them from the black.
20. $21.
Played it well. Black's not an absolute certainty. There's pressure on it. But if he pots this, it becomes a great chance.
Yeah, great chance to complete a hat-trick of victories over some of the biggest hitters in our sport. Sean Murphy, Mark Williams, and that man, John Higgins. Chris Wakelin is definitely a different man since he won the shootout. It's a tournament some people sort of dismiss as a novelty. It wasn't to him. He won it with a century in the decider. And the confidence that he's taken from that has seen him start to produce these performances now against the top players. And as I say, he's on the verge of
36.
top 16 place if he can get to the final. First things first, get to the semi-final. That's what he's looking to do here. What a chance now.
$37.
We'll never know, obviously, what would have happened had they stayed on initially this morning. But John Higgins has had a chance himself in the balls here.
$42.
Chris came across to have a look at those two reds. Not sure if they are available to the right corner.
$43. $48.
But with that red being available,
49.
now perfect on the blue. Looks like he's completed a famous victory. One we'll certainly remember for various different reasons.
Well, he's been superb in this visit.
54.
Had to wait, of course, they both did, for 4 hours to come back and play this decider. Chris Wakelin has been coolness personified in this break. John Higgins did have that earlier opening, and then he left a red on, and Wakelin has done the rest. He didn't rest on his laurels after that shootout win. He used it, the confidence from it,
60.
to really push himself forward. And we're seeing the results of that here in Nanjing this week. He's beaten Sean Murphy, Mark Williams, and now John Higgins.
$62.
That's gone wrong, but he's too far in front for any comebacks. So Chris Wakelin defeats John Higgins 6-5. Warm words from the Scot. And it's Wakelin who will take on Xiao Guodong in the semi-finals of the International Championship, and he is delighted. They both had the anxious wait to come and play the decider, but my word, when that chance came along, didn't he take it well? Wakelin, the winner, 6-5.